Hey guys, welcome back to live stream today. We're going to be installing the Transit Off-Road front tubular bumper. So the name of the business is called transitoffroad.com, and this is one that our Texas build would like to have installed on the front of the van. We're going to be walking over the van here in just a second, and let me get the camera working. Yeah, so we're going to install the switch, and then we're also going to install some strobe lights. We're also going to install the bumper. So the bumper does require some modification, and we'll have to check that out here in just a second. Give me 1 second. Trying to get the cameras working here. Just a minute. There we go. All right, so at the end of this video, we're going to put the bumper on and start modifying it, but the first thing we need to do is wire in the switch. So we're putting the bumper on the front of the van. One reason is we need to mount strobe lights. So on the top of the van, we installed a light bar, strobe lights, because this customer is going to be parking this on the side of the road, and it needs the hazard lights to be on, but we have them on the rear, but now we need to put them on the front. So the ones that I grabbed were, there's a company I buy a bunch of LEDs from. It could be for your van, it could be for motorcycle. The name of the company is called Super Bright LEDs, and this right here is the product we're using. Hey Linda, awesome. Welcome to the live stream. So superbrightleds.com, and this is their 12 to 24 volt amber IP67 rated 60 degree beam angle amber strobe. So this is what it looks like. The challenge I have with finding this is if you go online, a lot of strobe lights they're kind of pocket mounted. There really isn't anything that has its own kind of like off-road light mounting bracket. And so thankfully, Super Bright LEDs has this one that comes with a very standard off-road bracket. So you can see we've got one hole here, and then that way it can be mounted just like an off-road light. Yeah guys, this will be a long live stream, so feel free to come back when you're able to. If you guys are new to the channel, I do DIY custom van teachings through the channel. So I have a customer van here. I live stream. I teach you guys how I'm doing a process today. So for example, we're wiring the power to the van for the LED switch that turns on this strobe light. And then we're also going to be cutting out the bumper to mount it. So with this van, let me see if I can move the camera back a little bit. So this van will be a little bit of a challenge. They're typically a black plastic front bumper. And so this one, it's painted white. So we're gonna have to be really careful when we score with the hole saw. So I'll teach you a method that will give the best results. It actually ends up, you run the hole saw backwards first to kind of cut the line clean, and then you go ahead and change the direction and go from there. This kit has a template, so if we, I'll just go ahead and show you while we're over here. Let's see, so we'll just go ahead and take this license plate off. So there's two factory holes behind this, and I need to ask Jim and Linda if Texas needs to have a front license plate mount. I don't think we thought about that when we were getting this front bumper, but I'm sure we can solve that. But these two bolts right here bolt into the, actually no, there are two here. So this is a 2024 Ford Transit, and the bumper goes up into 2024, so we should be fine with all the mounting holes. The challenge here is getting to the two additional holes. So these are two bolts right here, and if you have like a standard mounting kit for like a Flatline Vanco nudge bar, it only uses these two right here, and then there's two screws right underneath here, one here and one here. And so it just uses four. This one is a pretty robust bumper, so it's kind of like, it's the real thing. So it needs a bunch of mounting locations into the van. So in a minute, we're going to take these bolts out. We're going to put this template piece up, and that's going to locate our two holes here and here. Those are going to be 1.25 inch hole sawed. And then there's some other ones here and then over here. They'll have to drill out. And so I think according to the instructions, we're not going to have to remove the bumper. Now, I've removed the grill a bunch of times on these vans. I've removed the bumper. It's not a problem. It's just if you guys were doing this, we'll try to see how least involved it'll be with doing all that. So, let's see here. All right. Let's hop back over on the computer. So this is the company, Transit Off-Road. It's a 2015 to 2024 Transit front bumper. Okay, so since they require a front license plate, we'll figure out, I'm sure there's like a little kit where we can bolt it onto the bumper. Let's see here. Believe it or not, I think we can just reinstall it right there. I think they've given us, that would make sense that they did that. Let's see what we got. They also have new sensor mounts at the front, so it doesn't have the it will cover these sensors, so we'll have to remove the sensors that are in here and then relocate them. I've done that before, which actually does require taking the bumper off. Well, maybe I can get to them. Let's change the camera angle here. Okay, we might be able to get behind there, or not. So last time I took the bumper off was when I installed the second alternator for the Glacier build that I did. What's challenging on these vans is when you have the EcoBoost which is the turbocharged version. The intercooler is right up front, but then there's these little baffles in here so that when it's really cold outside, they'll close to help the van warm up. So those fins are right behind here, so there won't be a way to get a screwdriver back there. So we might have to take the whole bumper off, but we'll need to drill out these templated holes first. All right. So my plan for the stream was I was going to finish the wiring first, but if you guys are doing your own van building, it's okay to jump around. If you find out something's going to be more challenging, then go ahead and just kind of mess with it a little bit. And then you can go back to the easier task, and that way they kind of in the back of your head, you can start thinking about how you're going to tackle it. So these two bolts up front are 13 millimeter. So the plan today is to get this front bumper installed and the lights and all of that working. So again, it'll be a long live stream, so I can check that off the list. Tomorrow, the plan is I've almost fully disassembled the dash inside, and the reason is every year that these vans progress, it seems that the inside of the front dash just gets more complicated and compact. So I'm trying to run a wire from behind the touchscreen down the floor for the rear strobe light and the cables that are feeding from the cameras that we've installed on the outside of the van. And each piece of plastic that comes off, there's no path to run the wire. So I'm pretty much just going to take the whole middle section of the dash out, run the wires, and then put everything back together. It's pretty much the only way to do that. All right, so with these, so that is, let's see if the bolts they gave us are going to be long enough. Let's see how they want us to do this. Should provide us there. So there's two screws in here, and so these should be the ones that hold this template up. Okay, so one thing we need to do is we're going to put a piece of tape on these sensors because the orientation matters, which got one there. This might have been the issue that we had on Thomas's van, is that when the person that changed his, it's possible that they did not put these in the right orientation when they popped them out. I'll give you guys a better camera angle in just a minute. I'm just trying to plan my attack on this right now. Okay, I think I'm just going to we're going to get all these holes drilled, and then we'll see how much of the bumper we have to take off. Okay, the tool I'm using is a center punch. Just gotta get my hole. So they want you to remove the plastic cover that protects the undercarriage. Remove the plastic panel covering the AC condenser. You'll need a long flat screwdriver to remove the plastic clips holding the panel in place. If your van has sensors in the grill, remove them from the bumper using a small flathead. Screwdriver to push the clips back to pop out the sensor and housing. The housing and sensor will pop out. Make sure you match the orientation when you install them into the tubular bumper. On the 2 1/4" holes, that's these two, that were drilled in step 2. So step 2 was drilling these out with the 1 1/4" hole saw. So actually, act like we already did that. So on the 2 1/4" holes that were drilled in step 2, you will see the holes on the steel frame behind the bumper. The 2 upper mounts on the bumper will secure these holes using the provided 10mm bolts. So as soon as we cut this open, it'll expose a threaded opening. Position the tubular bumper with the upper mounts inserted into the 1 1/4" holes. Have a second person reach in from behind the plastic bumper to install the 10mm hex bolts into threaded bungs on the upper bumper mounts. So these two go in this direction, and the other ones come in this direction. Leave these bolts hand tight for now. Apply some masking tape behind the lower mounts using a marker to trace out the holes. So once these two mount and these two are hand tightened in, there's going to be a hole that we got to cut here and over here. So we basically just, once the bumper touches, we'll trace the outside diameter, and then we'll take the bumper off. And then this next step, we'll center punch, and then we use a step drill to cut that hole out. And then, let's see here. So those bottom ones, those bolt into the lower bumper frame. So on a Ford Transit, there's 4 bolts here and 4 bolts here that hold the like the crash bumper, the metal steel piece. So 2 of those bolts will be unbolted, and then this part right here will go into it. So something like that. So this will go behind here. This will go into the bumper, which is really strong. I mean, this is a real bumper. And when I say real, some of these light bars are very cosmetic. They're not structural. This one's definitely structural. See, so 10 millimeter bolts tighten down to 40 foot-pounds. 2 upper and 2 lower mounting bolts to 40 foot-pounds. Transfer the sensor housing to the holder on the front on the tubular bumper. Push the sensor into the housing. You'll need to remove at least 2 wiring harness clips in order to get more slack on the sensor. All right, there we go. Okay. All right, so the only hard part I see in this is these sensors here, because the van that they're using in the photos looks like it's a non-turboed V6, and you have about 6 inches behind this where you can put your hands, and I can only go like maybe 2 inches in here, or maybe half an inch actually. These little flaps. So we'll probably have to mock everything up, cut drill, and then I'll try to get in there and pop it off. I just don't want to break off. I don't want to break these the sensor tabs. All right, so let's just get this thing going right there in the center. Okay, that one is centered. This one's off just a little bit. No, it's fine. It's perfect. Okay. If you guys are in the chat, feel free to ask any questions if you have them. Again, this was just a template supplied. We do not have 1 1/4 inch, but we do have 1 5/16 inches, so we're going to use that. can actually probably leave this template in place just as a double check. I still think I might have to take this bumper off. There should be enough room, but I don't want the hole saw going all the way into the bumper. But it might be a non-issue. We'll find out. So we want to be careful. We want to go straight in, get our hole, and then we'll do the same for the other side. But the secret to this is to go backwards on the drill and get it to score the paint. If you can, always use masking tape. I find that painter's tape just doesn't adhere well, and I like masking tape. If you're wondering what I use. Okay, remember, we're going backwards on this one. And let's see if... an inch and a half. Hey Rod, thanks for joining the live stream. All right, we're gonna go for it on this first hole here. So I'm just going to start in like that to cut the tape, and then I'm just going to come through here backwards. Okay, so I actually did backwards the whole way. That felt really good. So let's see if what I did what I said it was going to do. Oh yeah, perfect. Yeah, it's razor perfect. I'll try to zoom in here so you guys can see. Right there is that bolt hole. Awesome. All right, so by going backwards, using that technique, let's see how much I can zoom in here. I'll zoom back in later, but this is, it's perfect. There's no burrs or anything on there. So I'll keep it zoomed in so you guys can see this other one. And yes, I was able to drill through the plastic going backwards the whole time. This looks excellent too. And by going nice and slow, we didn't hit the bumper, scrape anything. We don't have to do any rust preventative or anything like that. The next step, let's get the bumper and see how much more test fitting we're going to have to do. It's very light. They do a good job with the box that they provide. It's bolted with screws to the actual shipping container box, so it's not rolling around in there. Yeah. Okay. All right, I now see why someone has to hold it, because they're not actually using these holes right here. Interesting. Okay. All right, so we got to take all the plastic underneath off. Now, when you are down here and doing all this like I am, there's gonna be a ton of sand, dirt, dust, so. Safety glasses might be a good idea. Also, it's okay to do what I'm doing as far as taking this out, but be careful when you put it back in because it's metal clips in plastic. So there's two hidden 10mm, and they're underneath the, they're on the main frame of the van. There's one's here and one's here. So this plastic that I'm taking out, it goes over, it goes on, it doesn't go straight from the bottom up. It comes into this bumper cover. So it doesn't just drop down. You kind of have to like pull it backwards and then pull it backwards, down, and then come forward. Yeah, and if you got the turbo, it's just going to be a little more challenging because all the charge pipes are underneath here. And you'll see, I mean, Ford designs these vans on a computer, and there's no extra space. The first time that I ever questioned that I went a little too far with the modification was when I decided to do the second alternator install. Because on a turbocharged van, you have to take out all the charge pipes. So those are the pipes that provide the boosted pressure from the turbos to the intake. So you have to take all those out, and you have to remove or move out of the way the air conditioner compressor. So you have to unbolt it, all the pulleys, and then use a zip tie to kind of hold it up and out of the way. It's definitely doable now since I've done it, but the first time I did it, it felt like I was taking apart almost more than half of the engine. So. Yeah, these bolts are just a little tricky to get to. So just take your time. And they're easier to take out than they are to put back in. Okay, so I think we got enough to pull it out. Unless there's two more. I don't think those clips. Oh yeah, that's right. There's a plastic snap. So I remember the last time I popped this out, I broke it, which it's okay if you do. It sounds like something you wouldn't want to break. It's just like a locator plastic piece for the assembly line. It's not, if you put the bolt back in, it's going to hold it just fine in place. Okay. What is giving me a hard time here? Yeah, it's just these little locator pieces of plastic. There we go. Yeah, if you shake it just a lot. There we go, it comes out. I'll show you as soon as I move the bumper out. So we got the windshield washer fluid power line over here that's holding on to it. So there's these body removal tools like this. You can buy a whole box of these or whatever on Amazon. You take these clips out without. There we go. Okay. Windshield washer holds that one on, which that's new. 2019 to, I guess, 2022. I don't think that was there. So this one, something's holding it on. Something here. There we go. All right, so here is that piece we needed to take off to get access, or start to have access back here. And to be, well, actually, to be honest, yeah, I think we can put a screwdriver through the these vents for the intercooler. Anyway, here's this piece that I was talking about. So these, this black plastic here, see how it's like a little plastic arrow? So for assembly, what they do is they just pop it in and hit this up. It snaps it into place, and then they run the bolt. But it's kind of a miracle I didn't break these off. But if you can see, if this breaks off, it's not a big deal, because this is where the bolt goes, and this is how you securely mount it in there. These flaps right here, they're kind of there to move up out of the way and get you so that you can move this piece out. Okay, so there's that. Let's see here. Let's get this dirt and bugs cleaned up. Okay, so now let's see if we can get into. All right, I don't think we can do it. I think so. Okay. All right, unfortunately, that's not going to work for this one because it is, I wish I could show you. I'll show you what I'm working with here in just a second. So there are these, see if I can look it up on the computer. So what do they call this? Grill vent. Powered. I don't know, intercooler. Okay, I'm trying to find you guys a photo online. Here we go, we're getting closer. If you guys don't know what an intercooler is, the intercooler, it's not a radiator, but it is kind of like a radiator for the turbo in a way. So basically, instead of coolant that goes through a radiator, you have air that comes through here. And the air gets cooled down because the turbos on the engine, they're driven off the exhaust air. And that air gets heated up passively, and it has to go through here to cool back down before it goes in the engine. But I'm trying to find a picture of the piece that I'm actually going to have to remove. Ford Transit Turbo intercooler vent. What do they call that? It's probably going to be faster for me just to take it out and show you. Yeah, so Rod, what I'm doing, it's really not too technical. I wouldn't worry. If you have a turbocharged, I mean, you're watching the video right now, but the turbocharged is going to be pretty challenging. Okay. This guy is not, I don't think this is showing me what I want to see. All right, 2 seconds, and then I'm going to get back to the van. I just wanted to show you guys a good example. I can't believe there's no photos of this. See, what I'm trying to do is I'm trying to take these vents off to access the bolt holes, because nobody can put their hands, even if I had help, I can't get my hands in there. Let's see if I can take it off. Because we have to keep the bumper on to put the bumper in. Let's see, can I take that out? Okay, so I think what I'm gonna have to do is I'll have to take the grill off because I can't access that. All right, let's get the camera a little bit wider. Get you a little shot of Nova here on the right side, taking a nap. All right. Yeah, so I read all the instructions to you, and so the manufacturer, they're not going to tell you. It looks like they're not going to talk about the turbo edition of this engine, because the second person, they wouldn't be able to put their hands underneath here anyway. And I can't show you a picture, guys, but behind here are these louvered vents, so that when it's cold outside, it closes off the air to the intercooler, so the van can warm up, and then they open up. But that unit can't be removed unless you remove the bumper, but we can't remove the bumper because the tubular bumper has to go and bolt on top of the bumper. So the only way to access this to put the bolt in is to access it from the top here. Hopefully we can do that. Yeah, I can see through. I can do that. Yeah. Now I've taken these grills off a lot. So first thing we're gonna do is we got these little clips, and we just want to put them into something where we're not gonna lose them. You can kind of pick your tool that you want to use. You can use like these little scraper tools, or these like body panel pop out tools, which that's what I'm using. Just put it somewhere where you're not going to lose these, because you will need these to put the bumper back on. And the Ford bumper is kind of silly. It's there's no screws holding it in per se. It's like these. It just kind of snaps in. So it's going to sound kind of violent when I unbolt it, but just know that it's okay. It's the easiest way I can explain it to you. Yep, Rod, that's correct. It's the twin turbo. All right, so that's our top ones. Okay. Now popping this back in, I don't think you have to release this, but I think the last time I replaced this or did this, I popped those out. I think I popped this out so I could get started to take that out. All right, where's this? There's clips in here, and we want to push them down. Just want to keep tension on the grill. And once you get enough of them out, the whole thing will start to pop out. Just keep tension on it, because it'll try to go back in. Again, it sounds violent, but it's just the way it comes out. But still go as easy as you can because it's all plastic. We don't want to break it. And so what I'm going to do here is just going to put this little piece of wood here. These top ones don't flow back in. So think about these tabs. We're pushing them so they pop up. They're all popping up. And we're keeping pressure on the left-hand side. Okay. So see how it pops itself back in? Kind of annoying. All right, now don't pull too hard because we have some, we've got a washer and, so I thought the American vans don't have the camera washer. It's just the camera up here. Oh, this fan does have it. Ah, man, look at that. So there's probably gonna be some water that squirts out here. That's okay. I thought it was just the European vans that had that. All right, okay, see? So if you guys can see right here, electrical connector. It opens a little door for this sprayer to clean the camera. Then right here's the camera, and there's a little door. So if you guys get a Raptor grill to replace this, like the cool looking one, on eBay, if you have all this, the camera in this door, make sure you get the one that has the camera in the door. Some of them are just blank. So you want to have the one that has the camera in the door. And then you can see we didn't break any of the tabs, but these tabs are it's just a weird, it goes back in really easy. It's just taking it out is sketchy. So see now I can actually I can access this. So, but there's a baffle down here that on the turbo I can't put my hands up like they say you're able to do. Now as far as these sensors go, see, I might need to watch a video on that because because I did not take these out on Thomas's van. Okay, let's put the tape on and at least get the bumper. The next holes we need to cut out. I think it's a new subscriber. So welcome, whoever's watching the stream. All right, so here's our bolts. Let's see. They do come with lock washers, which is nice. All right. So. And the hardware for the bottom brackets will be reusing the Ford Transit ones. So I'm not going to put the lock washer and washer on here yet. I'm going to take it out so I got the bolt length is as long as it can be. That should help me a little bit with doing a temporary install of this. So what I'm noticing is those holes that we drilled out, this flange that they made is covering that cut. So if you messed up, I wouldn't be too worried about it, you know, visually looking good or bad. I think it'll be all right. I need a socket for this. So it looks like a 17 millimeter. So I don't like how that bolt is bottoming out, because that means you could potentially strip it. So it looks like I'm gonna have to put an extra washer. Okay, tape. All right, so next step is getting this cut. And I think we're still going to be plagued with this turbo hardware in the way. Okay, there's the front sensor is right behind where we need to drill this hole. There's a clip and then there's the wire. So if you were to drill through this, you can possibly cut the wire. The next challenge is this bracket that needs to be fed through here. Okay, I've got the wire pulled down, so that should be safe for the front sensor. Okay. Yeah, so I'm gonna try it without taking the bumper off. So what I'm doing now is I'm just grabbing some more washers for these bolts, because the bolts in the back are tight, but it's still loose. And so I don't want to be misaligned when I drill the holes through the bumper. That's the way to do it right there. So I should have taped the other one before I tighten it up, but I can always loosen it. But since this one's loose, let's go ahead and put some tape on it. And again, this tape, we're just using it to find out where we're gonna drill that hole. And it looks like they're using a step bit. So if you've never used a step bit before, I'll show you what that is. It's like a drill bit and a hole saw, like mixed together. So I'm just doubling up the washers in the kit. Let me move the camera down a little bit. Yeah, there's quite a bit of a play here in this bumper. That's why I want to make sure it's locked into place. Okay. Let's go over here and get the tape on there that we forgot. All right, so now we'll tighten this up. Let's just do a visual to see if that's what we want it to look like. So when I tighten this, I can feel it all like moving itself down. So that is nice and secured. So a couple reference points. Right here is the center of the plastic. It looks excellent. Let's put 1/4 of an inch off from that little tab, and the same over here. So this looks pretty good. All right, give me 1 second. I'll leave you guys looking at this while I go check something. Okay, we're back. Yep, so just doing visual. Actually, I don't have that much room to go all the way back and look at it, but let's see, tape measure. Let's see here, we've got 9.5, 9.5, about 1/8 of an inch. So it looks like we've got a little left to right play, so we should be okay. This is it's right perfectly in the middle of this. Let's check the height. 3/4. Okay. So I'm happy with that. So let's go ahead and trace. This bottom section. Yeah, so they want you to tape the bumper and then trace this out. Now this is not going to be perfect. We just want it to be where we can visually see that that's a place where we can kind of make an average of where that hole is going to need to be drilled. And what's nice is they've positioned those sensors just the same distance apart. There's been other bumpers where they're kind of off to the left or right or to the center too much, but this is a very, very nice bumper. All right, we'll take it off, we'll drill the hole. So the hard part is I'm gonna have to take a second and see the best way to take these sensors out. On a turbocharged van that has this kind of intercooler fan mechanism in the way. A turbocharged van that has this If you are DIY building your van, just know that you are going to have to take stuff apart, put it back together and take it apart more times than you could ever imagine. Just the way it is. But each time you can make sure you get it really precise. So that's kind of what we're doing here. So hopefully you can see it, but what we have at the bottom is we have two, let's see if I can get a better view. So I got these 2 holes. And the instructions say we need a 3/4 inch hole saw. Let's see what I got. I got a 7/8. And I got a 1 1/8. Now they were using a step drill, so I might do a step drill. So this step drill goes to 3/4. Okay, we can do that. So this is what a step drill looks like right there. And then what I'm going to do here is I'm just doing a visual center. If you wanted to measure this, you could, but I'm pretty confident, as many times as I've done this, to mark my center. Okay, I moved the wire out on this side. I did not move the sensor wire on this side. And it's definitely in the way of the drilling. It's also attached to the the washer fluid pump. That's funny. Let's see here. Let me pause for a second. It is, see, this is gonna be difficult if I can't get this out. All right, so I got the wire out of the way to drill my hole. These sensors, these bugs are humongous. Texas bugs. All right, or maybe not. So here's a little double-sided tape that Ford uses to hold the sensor wire. And it's directly behind this piece of plastic. There's also a metal support bracket here. I don't think it interferes with anything, but okay, we're gonna go ahead and drill this to 3/4. Since we got just really make sure you get that cable out of the way. It is directly behind this. I actually might hold it while I drill. Yeah, that wire's right here. So the wire was going directly across, but now I'm holding it right there. And I pulled it back. So the step drill has different depths. So we're just triple checking here. Center marked a 3/4 inch hole through the plastic bumper. Remove the two 13 millimeter bolts on the frame rails.
Okay, we're still on the plan. So we got one more. Okay. That is our 3/4.
Oh yeah, the heat wave, I hear you. I mean, thankfully I'm in an air-conditioned environment here, so thankful for that.
Yeah, my advice would be just manually hold these wires back while you're drilling this. They're right in the way.
Rod said nothing's easy in building a van. I think that's why it's exciting when you get to the end and the van's done, is because it's challenging, but it also feels good. It's the task completion. All right, so we're going under here now, and we're unbolting the two. There's 4 frame bolts, but we only need to take off 2 and stick our you might need a breaker bar for this. If I was smart, I would have got a jack under here to lift the van up, but I feel like I'm pretty close to the end. So might just have to do this, break this with our foot. There we go. Be careful if you have the turbo
condition of the van because the intercooler is kind of susceptible to getting dented and dinged up. I mean, at the end of the day, it is kind of technically like a radiator. All right. Now, when you take these 2 bolts out, your van's not going to fall apart. You still got 2 other bolts holding that thing in. But you do have to remove both of these completely to get the bracket in. Also, that radiator is really sharp too, or intercooler is sharp. I would get a drill in here, but I can't. I can't fit it with the intercooler pipe. And if I had a remote camera, I'd show you guys all this challenging stuff on here. I'm sure it'd help you out if you got the same van you're trying to put together. All right, so now let's grab our bracket, wherever we put it. So we're gonna put the bracket in like that. And you'll see there's 2 things. Once they're stepped, so this one's shallower and this is bigger. So the shallower one's gonna go on top. Okay, we're going to try to do it so that we're not pinching the wire or the reverse sensor. I have a bunch of wireless shop lights, but I didn't recharge them, so they're dead. All right. So far, so good under here. It looks like we nailed it on her hole. It's very accurate. All right, so that came down to right there. Yeah, so what I might do is I might loosen this bracket up and then tighten it up to the bumper and then tighten it back up to the back and then have this one be loose and then have this as the these top two is the final adjustment, just so this this bracket can change just a little bit. It's a little low after we tighten it up. So you can see, can't get our bolt in. I mean, we could make the hole wider if we wanted to, but I think if we just loosen that and then get the bumper in, we'll be good to go. All right, let's tackle these sensors. We'll go on the YouTube here to see. Let's see, Ford Transit front bumper. Oh, look at that, there's my video. Let's see if this guy has it. Okay, there we go. So this is what we want to take out. That's the clip right there. That's the clip that I took out to give some extra room. But again, we can't take the bumper off. Okay, so there's these clips on the outside. So that's what I'm feeling. So those need to be popped up, and then the sensor comes out. Watch that one more time. All right, let's try that. Okay, top one came out. It's just impossible to get my finger in there for the bottom one. What can I use? Every little weird tool that I have is just a little too big to get in there. Yep, got it. Okay, you're gonna have to pop it out of another clip to get it to have this additional length on it. Hopefully this is enough to get it into the bumper. You might have to unclip it again. So. Gotta be really careful with these vents on the intercooler. It's a really, really tight. Okay, there we go. All right, so hopefully, if that's not long enough, we're gonna have to I don't think it's long enough. All right, so there's a clip right here behind this fog light, and that's gonna give us about another inch. That's as much as we got. Okay, so that's as much slack as we got. Be careful, there's sharp metal in here. It's protected, but right there is where we're gonna put the new piece. So now that we have some muscle memory, this other one should take us like 2 seconds to take out. So this one will do the bottom one first, then do the top. Yep, see? That's how fast you do it the second time usually takes. All right, this one's connected to the windshield washer pump wire. So I don't think, there's another clip. Okay, there's another clip, just like the clip over there. Like an adhesive clip. Let's see if we can get this one out. So 2 challenges here. We haven't put in the bracket yet. I don't know if that's going to be, it might be long enough. Let's get the bracket in, test with the bumper. We might be done. That's as long as that thing's going to go. I think we might be all right. All right, let's get this other side done. Man, the chat is quiet tonight. So I'm glad I took the grill out because we need the grill to be taken out so I can wire in the wiring for the strobe lights. We still need to do that. Okay, we don't want to pinch the sensor wire. And what reason this is challenging is this bracket goes right on top of that sensor wire. So if you get too excited and you bolt down this bracket, it's possible you might pinch the wire. So we don't want to do that. And we're also going to loosen the other side. And we'll do our final tightening on the bottom first, and then we'll come up to the top. Okay, so this bracket here is almost perfect. All right, so that was good there. All right, we're not pinching the wire. The sensor, really cool. We'll get some extra cloth tape and just wrap these exposed wire. This stuff's really good if you have like any rattling in your van with like wires or plumbing or anything like that. And probably only need like that much. And this is the exact same thing that Ford uses. And these are already weatherproof connections, so don't really worry about you know, covering this other piece up. And thinking like it's going to hold water or moisture or something like that. Okay, so that looks nice. You know, just in case when we put this in here, we don't want to see the white wires. That would not be pro. All right, over here. Okay. Okay, I may have goofed on this one because I wrote a 1, but I didn't put like a little arrow for
what was the orientation on this. I might zoom back in the video and figure it out. All right, let's just go and loosen this. Okay. There we go. Now, so I think these are both like that. I don't know. I have to look back. Bumper. Let's get our lock washers. Yeah, it looks like the orientation is the wire comes out on the right side on this one. That's for sure, we know that. And then the wire on this left side does the same thing because it won't be able to pop into this sensor bracket, so pretty nice. All right. Is there a cover? Is there a cover? Hold on. I think we might need to take this plastic piece out. these two little clips. They're not a clip, they're like a housing. Need to be popped out of here. If we can't get these out, then the sensor won't stay in the bumper. No. They're definitely made not to come out. So I'm doing all this weird stuff because I'm trying not to tear up the plastic behind it. There we go. All right, so that's the housing. See if we can get that other one out. Dang, those things are hard. All right, so got that done. I'm gonna clean up this plastic a little bit. And we will move on to the next part. Okay, let's get the bumper and these pieces. I think what we'll do is pop them in and then the sensor will pop in behind them. I think that's how that works. This right side does not want to start. It's so strange. That is strange.
There it goes. Okay, let's not get that too tight. We want to still hand screw in these bottom ones to see if they're off just a bit. Still got our sensors here. Looks like we got enough slack. But we'll mess with those here in just a second. Remember, we got our sensor cable back here. Don't want it to get pinched. Okay, so getting these bolts in here is really challenging. We have to get some ratchet extension, some electrical tape, that whole deal to kind of fit it up in there. You won't be able to fit your hand up in there to actually start the bolt. So let's see what we can make. Yeah, so we'll have to tape the socket with the washers to the ratchet. So something like that with like an adjustable
or like articulating piece on the end. And when we get this tight enough, we should be able to have the tape break off. There you go, something like that. And then we'll try to get it started. It's really important when you do something like this not to get it cross-threaded. Nova.
Okay, okay.
Okay, I think we got it. This thing is kicking my butt. I'm not saying it's a bad design, I'm just saying it is very hard to get this thing started. So the other question I have is, I got this started, but I needed to pull it out ever so slightly to get it started. I'm pretty sure the other side is going to be the same way. Yeah, if again, got the turbo model, you'll be dealing with the same thing that I'm doing here, which is just a lot of patience to get these bolts in.
Oh, I got it. It is just really a challenge for sure. All right, let's see if I can do my torque on this one before I get the extensions out, because I think once I get the extension out, it's gonna be really hard to get it back in there. 40 foot-pound is what we need. 40 foot-pound. I believe that's on all of these bolts. Okay. All right, got a torque wrench set. Seems like a lot for this bracket. We'll torque the rest and then we'll come back to that one. Just feels like a lot. Let's see what the chat's doing. Not too much. That's all right. So for the frame bolts, we go back to a 13 millimeter. Okay. Let's see if we can get into these top ones. Just barely. So these are going to be the bigger bolts. These will be a 17 millimeter. Okay, we got those torqued. Let's go back in and try to get these bottom ones torqued. It just felt like a lot of torque for, I don't know why. It's probably the plastic kind of smushing. Because, oh yeah, it's like plastic behind it. But same bolt, same metal. There you go, 40. Of course, the socket keeps getting stuck. All right, one more. We'll hit up these sensors, figure out how to get them in. Then we can move on to the strobe lights. Come on, get in there. There's this charge pipe right in front of here. Just makes it impossible. How in the hell? There we go. Got it. There we go. Heck yeah. Okay, everything's 40 foot-pounds. Let's catch back up. Let's see. Let's check out these sensors here. Okay, we got a little plastic pieces. So there's an Allen bit right here. Maybe we can take that off and it'll make it a little bit easier. So Rod, you said you're done with the Victron electrical and now doing the plumbing. All right, sounds good. So behind here, there's a nut behind here. That's why I can't get it off easily. So I'm going to put this in here. I'm going to pop in this plastic with these pieces vertical. That's how the other one was. And then I'm going to pull my slack out carefully and then snap this sensor into place. I'm going to take this tape off before I do it because it's going to get pinched. And I already know the proper orientation for this. So this one should be no issue. Okay, there's the extra bit. And let's see okay, so the bottom part is not snapping in. Huh. Ah, there's a gasket. Okay, so be careful, guys. There's this rubber gasket around here. I think I was pinching it. There he goes. Okay. There we go. Yeah, somehow I was pinching this rubber gasket on here. So Jim, if you're watching, there's a little bit of play in this. I don't think it's going to affect anything. But there's just a little bit of play in here. It may not affect anything. I might just be OCD right now, as I usually am. But anyway, that's if there's an issue, everything else is fine. It's the back and forth and that this thing can kind of wiggle like that. Yeah, I'll think about that one. We might just put some silicone on it and try to get it to be a tighter fit. This one over here is the same way, so it might just be how their tolerances of this. Yeah, we'll test drive it. We'll see. See how it does. It looks good. It's just it's not as tight as the plastic that it was in before. It's essentially where we're at with that. All right, finally, let's start messing with some lights. Okay, for this, it looks like I need to mount the bottom section first. Nova lets you there. Okay, we'll get this bottom section mounted and then go from there. So these are the strobe lights that we were talking about. Yeah, these are gonna look great. These are gonna be perfect. Looks like we got all stainless steel hardware. Excellent. I'm pretty sure we got enough room to get the grill back on. Plenty of room behind these wires. And Jim, if you want to adjust these, they're really easy to adjust. All right. So I feel like going wider is better. But again, they're really easy to adjust. Let's get the second one. They give you a ton of hardware. If you guys want to know what that noise is, Nova, the German Shepherd, is eating her food right by the camera. All right, let's do one more here. Now we had a pretty long delay on this bumper, but I believe they do built to order. Because I was going to order it through a separate vendor, but I ordered it direct. It's really good quality. I mean, I'm looking at all the bends and the lines, and it looks really good. Okay. So next step is getting this thing wired. I've already kind of got a plan put in here. I wanted to be able to show you guys inside the engine here where I'm going to be working. So let me move the camera.
Mute you for a second. All right, we're back. So over here on this right-hand side, where I left off earlier today, was I needed to have a ground for my power wire connector. And so I actually have a couple of these Baja Design wiring harnesses. It's a relay. Not really necessary for these lights, but it's already built into the harness, and it's not going to hurt anything to use it. So what we got now is these wires here. We got two. I know you can't see this, but we got two right here that come out. So these are going to wire into the lights. So we'll need to find a nice path for them. I think we got one right over here. So we'll get these going. We're going to come up here. We're actually going to remove the headlight so that we can get access to our a ground. We don't want to use the jumper ground that's already in the van. We could. It'd kind of be cheating, but the problem is if you decide to use that, there's a risk that you will get the hood out of alignment, and that would just create a bunch of extra work, so we're not going to do that. Okay, so I've got these wires started right behind the grill, and we're actually going to feed them through the grill, believe it or not, and that will be our wire path for them. Actually, here, I'll show you. Show you what I'm doing. Actually, that's a good angle. Okay. So we're going to take this out. There's going to be a ground thing over here we're going to use. And right now I'm just feeding these wires through the grill. Well, obviously zip time and stuff like that. But one thing you want to do is just take one and find which one you want it to be the longer one, and give it the appropriate slack that it needs to get to the light.
You know what? We could actually. I don't want to. I don't know if I want to do that or not. Well, yeah. I think we can do that. We're actually going to go under. There we go. Yeah, we'll do under. That'll be better. That way we don't have to go through the grill. Okay, and then we'll zip tie it to this run right here, and then for the longer one, you can come over. Come over and across, down, and we'll come out right there. We probably won't put the grill in tonight. We'll probably just get this tested. Okay, so I think I was gonna mount that over here to the coolant reservoir. This is what goes inside the van, this line. It's already ran as far as it needs to go. A little hack you can do is get a soldering iron and get it really hot, and you can melt the weather housing, which is like a little, like a needle poke. And because you don't want to cut it with a razor because it'll tear. But if you do the soldering iron, it'll melt it, and it's almost like a rubber band. You can expand it, put the wires in there, and it shrinks back on top of it and seals it up from the water. So Ford Transit headlight, it's really easy to take out. If you have problems changing your bulbs from this backside, because I mean the Ford Transit, everything is really packed tightly together. But there's two rubber like bushings in the bottom, and then once these two screws are out, you just kind of pull. I believe you pull straight up. It should be the same as my van. Just pop the little wire harness out of the way, and then this whole thing will come out. And so see, two screws, you can really easily get to these, a place to change out your headlight. We're just gonna lay this up here. And this body panel bolt, this is the one that I wanna take off and clean up so that I can use it as a ground. And this is an 8mm. If you guys don't own a Ford Transit, there's no engine battery in the engine bay. It is under the driver's seat. We're just going to sand just a little corner here.
Then after we bolt it back down, we'll hit it with some paint. I'm using 5/16 ring terminals for both the positive terminal and then the ground. These are 12 to 10 gauge. And they're just a simple crimp down type. So again, we've got some additional wire here. It's going to go from here to our positive terminal. That looks pretty good. So I'm using this tool. That's how I'm going through and taking this wire off. So what's nice is you can take this, pretty much any wire. It's not too crazy of a gauge. You just kind of work it till you get this outer wire off. And this gauge of wire is really overkill for what we're using it for, since these are just LEDs, LED strobes. They're very low amperage, but it's not going to hurt. It just makes it easier to crimp these lugs for the battery terminals, because they're typically thinking you're going to, or they're typically carrying more current. But this thing's great because you can just crimp it just like that. Okay, one thing we want to do is get some heat shrink on here. So we got our heat shrink gun. So all this stuff is going to be definitely, we need it to be as waterproof as possible. So especially when you're making your own harness. So I've got this roll of dual wall 3-to-1 shrink ratio tubing. So that should work pretty good for this. We just want to put the heat shrink on before we crimp it. So as much as I do this, sometimes I forget, and then I have to cut the wire and restrip it, and then it's just kind of a waste. All right, so we got these two ready to go, and then we're going to crimp both. So for crimping pliers, you can use those ones that most people use. I like this one. It's just from Cobalt Lowe's. It's a insulated and non-insulated crimper and cutter, but it gives you a lot of leverage. Make sure you don't have any strands coming out, and then you just want to put it in there. I have to do this outside. Okay. We're gonna have it with just like about that much wire coming out right there. Make sure you test the connection, feel good about it, and then you can actually, then we'll come through with the heat shrink and we'll heat shrink it. I'm trying to do most on camera. I know I didn't change the camera angle. Same thing for this one. We got our heat shrink on, we're good. And so we're putting this one underneath the where the battery jumper spot is. Actually, before I do that one, I almost forgot, we have an inline 15 amp fuse. So we're going to put that in line, and then we'll crimp this onto here, and then that'll go into the positive. Okay, so I'm going to hop around the shop. I need to pick up, I've got these solder crimping, weatherproof crimper, I don't know what they're called. They're heat shrink solder crimps. Let's see where I put them. Heat shrink solder sleeves. Man, it's a mouthful. So I saw somebody using these. I thought they were kind of a gimmick, but they actually work pretty well for splicing together wires that come in different gauge sizes.
think we're going to use blue. So try to do it at the van so you guys can see how it works. All right, so what you're gonna do is you got your two wires here, this one and this one, and you're gonna put them into the sleeve like that. And then really what you wanna do is have one kind of above the other one, but make sure you got your heat shrink sleeve that you can put it on there afterwards. Because I've found that any frayed wire sometimes pierces this, so even though they say it is waterproof, these little spikes get through. All right, so for this one, we might need to use the yellow, just the bigger gauge. So you get a whole bag of these. Basically one is just going to go over the other, just like that. And then that solder is going to fuse. See there. There you go. So that solder is going to fuse it in the middle and it's going to shrink it together. So I'll do that and then I'll come back and show you what it looks like. I'm hoping this one will shrink enough so I can actually use the secondary heat shrink sleeve. That's what I did last time. So, but let's just do this and we'll find out. So I let the gun run for a minute so it gets nice and hot before I'm ready to actually do this. And I usually do it on a table, but we're just going to do it over here by the van. So my terminal is going to go here, fuse, and then this is going to go connect these two wires together. I kind of hit the two ends really quick. It kind of locks my wires into place. And I'll hit it from one side for a minute, then I'll switch. I'll hit it from the back. And you have to get this really, really hot, almost questionably hot, for the solder to actually melt. All right, so the solder just started flowing, and we're gonna let it cool down. There you go. So it's right on the edge of like what the wires can take. So you just gotta monitor it. But as soon as it cools down, it's excellent. And I think we're gonna have enough room for this to actually go on over there. Okay, so we got that done. We're gonna let that set for a second. We can actually go over here. Let's get this one heat shrinked. Okay, got those two done. Let's see if we can get this guy back over here. So before you slide it on, sometimes I like to make a little, you want to make sure that this middle is going to go across this middle right here. So where'd that marker go? So you can just kind of average where this is going to end. So probably right there is where you want it, and just put a little mark. And that's how much you want to slide the heat shrink down to get it right in the middle. Now I really like this heat shrink I'm using because it has like an adhesive on the inside, and it really seals that whole thing, the whole wire that you cut up. All right, we're going to crimp one more over here, and then we can actually connect it. And I think I have enough energy to. I want to test the lights. I want to do that before I hop off the live stream. All right, one more crimp here on the end. This is a positive. If you don't make good crimps in your electrical connection, you'll get resistance. And you don't want that. That's where the danger comes in. Higher resistance. How about that? Okay, there you go. This one moved on me a little bit. Okay, there we go. All right, perfect. So this one. There we go. So that is a custom wiring harness for this. We just kind of pop together. So we'll wire this in, and then we'll figure out where we need to cut this to merge it or splice it into our main setup here. So I'm going to feed the negative through. We know we need that on the opposite side over here. Just a couple sprays of some matte white to get that sealed back up. Then we can put this back in.
And I checked earlier that we were nice and clear for clearance, so that's why I'm gonna have the wire pushed up to the top. We still need to test it though, but about 99% sure that we're good to go. So we have a little toggle switch right here. This is going to go in the van right there. And that is what Jim will use to turn this on and off. So I think 2 wires over here on the switch. I think they got switched when they got pushed through the van. So it's either going to automatically come on or not. See, it's hot. We're just going to keep one undone just so we can test it out. Okay. Next, let's get this plugged up to some power. We're going to take the fuse out so that we don't turn anything on right now. So another pro tip, you need to bend a wire. So I need to bend this wire, but I want to have it more pliable. You can heat it up. All right, now we need to get the socket. So I'll move the camera so you guys can see what I'm doing. So we're going right here for our 12-volt supply. So this will be getting power from the engine, or the engine battery. And then, Jim, your rear strobe lights will be, that's powered by the EcoFlow. Okay. All right, so that is good there. So now this is the pigtail we want to get finished. And let's see where we want this. Okay, so I wanted that right here by this reservoir. So it's going to go here as a final placement. So our wire, I think if our wire gets connected there, we'll have plenty of room for cable management. So sounds good to me. So we're going to do the same thing with these two. We're going to heat and heat shrink both of these together. These two, right here. Need to make sure we get our. I'm going to bring this back a little bit more. Pre-cut our heat shrink so we don't forget. So we used the yellow last time. We're going to use the blue this time. I think we can get this to fit in here. The tighter you can get it to fit, the better. Sometimes if you like pinch this, make it like a little bit of an oval, it's going to help you get this wire right here on top of it. Okay, that looks good. So in a perfect world, that would just stay like that. So I think that's going to work. We're going to be careful of this wire. We don't want to melt this wire behind it. We want to make sure we get our gun really nice and hot.
All right, there goes the solder. All right, bingo. So like I said, it's right before the wires limit. So we're just gonna let this sit here for a second, cool down. We don't want to let go because it's gonna flop and bend. We want it to cool in like this horizontal position so we can slide the heat shrink back over. Okay, so when we got it pretty good enough, we can slide this over. Right there in the middle. And then I just heat that just enough until that adhesive starts to come out. So the adhesive is from the heat shrink, it's not from the wire melting. And so this is where you really don't want to mess up because you get your wires, they're perfect distances from each other. And like if you forget a heat shrink cable or something like that, it's going to cause you to go back and have to redo this. And you don't want to do that. So these frayed wires, you want to take care of them too. Okay. And again, you can kind of pinch this a little bit, get that oval shape. It's going to help the second wire to come lay right on top. And I'm going under because I don't want the heat to melt the other wires. I'm gonna flip it around here. All right, there's the solder. All right, looks good. Same thing, we'll let it cool, slide it over, then we'll be able to test this. I'll have to change the wiring a bit because
the switch inside, the wires got switched a little bit. So I'm just going to Wago connector these tonight, just as we can get a quick connection, just to see if this works in case I have to take this apart and fix it tomorrow. It's getting kind of late tonight. We got to go. All right, let's get our Wagos. We'll be right back. So those guys are done. All right. So the question on this is going to be the polarity. So we're just going to do one LED strobe. Need to zoom out. I don't want to trim these if I don't have to. Okay, so I get negative, positive, and then this will be negative. So these are Wago connectors if you guys don't know. Okay. So that's that one. We got power. Switch is disconnected, but the polarity on that wire is, so we're going to give it some juice with the fuse. Let's see if it turns on. Let's see. Got two wires, positive, positive, wire inside. Okay. That looks good. Now, just gotta get the multimeter out since I really don't want to mess these lights up and have to reorder them. Got my multimeter out so I can figure out where the power is coming in. I'm pretty sure this bottom one is ground. That's 12. That's 12. So let's see. Let's see, do we have it come on? Okay. Okay, so that did not work. So that fuse popped instantly, which means the polarity is backwards. So sometimes these harnesses, white is ground and black is hot, kind of like the Dometic, the Max fan, for example. Or the. All right, let's see here. It sounds much better. Okay, so we got our switch on, lights on. Black is negative. So we should flash. After this, we should flash. Yeah. That was bright. Dang, that's bright. Very cool. Let's get this other one going. I wonder if they're offset, so like when we turn them on at the same time, they're going to, you know. Strobe differently. Okay, so the polarity is the same. We don't have to really worry about that. It's not like the Max fan. All right, here we go. So let's turn it off and then we'll see what it does. Okay, so I got it off. Will it be random or exactly the same? It'll eventually, I think it'll eventually be off. I think so. There it goes. Yep. Okay. All right. There we go. Strobe lights on the new bumper. Okay, we're gonna, so we got everything wired up correctly. It's looking good. Let me bring the camera over here a little bit more. Give them a little outro. Okay, Transit off-road bumper installed. Definitely took a little bit longer than I would anticipate it. It's very difficult on a turbocharged van to get access behind here to these bolts. You have to take this front grill out to get back behind here. That's the only way. It looks like we're going to be able to put the, let's see, we'll be able to put the license back on here. Pretty sure we can do that. Yeah, so there's still a spot for a license to go on here. Those bumper. Let's see here. I'm gonna grab these before I forget. So these are gonna be able to go back in. So these were not used. I thought these were gonna be used, but they're not. Okay, so I'll put those in. All right, so quick answer is yes, you can You can put this back in place. All right, looks like I'm gonna have to I'll have to modify the top of this license plate, but it'll go back in. It just has to be modified up here because the bolt, this bolt right here is not allowing it to go in. Anyway, we will take care of that tomorrow. Strobes work, pretty cool. Sensors, little loose, not terrible, but not perfect. So they might not be a problem. So that might be something just to double check. The bumper is super strong, very, very strong, bolted directly to the chassis, which is really nice. We'll put the grill in. Don't forget the washer fluid line, the electrical and camera connection. Pop the grill, it just snaps all the way back in. Put the little snaps up top, and that's it. So we'll do a little cable management tomorrow, and that'll be it. But yeah, I'm gonna head out of the shop now. Thanks guys so much for watching. If you have any questions on this install, I know this was an extremely long video, but this is how long it took me to do all this in real time, and pretty much with all the tools ready and everything I needed ready. It was just basically time to get this installed. So yeah, if you have any questions, put those in the comments. Be happy to answer them. And get subscribed if you're not subscribed yet. Share this video to anybody that's working on their van or is deciding if they want to do a DIY van or not. If you're looking for a professional builder, let me know in the description, video description. There'll be a link to both a free consultation as well as a paid consultation. So the paid consultation is I can help direct you on whatever build process you're working on. If you got technical electrical questions and you want me to help you build a plan out or anything like that, or you just need like an emergency call to get started quickly with a problem that you're working on, you can click that paid link and you'll have a direct access to my calendar. Select the time you want to chat and we can hop on a phone call. I can help you with your van in real time, and pretty cool. But that's going to do it for today. Also, check out vanbuilderhq.com. There is a DIY van build course called the DIY Van Build Blueprint. So it's a DIY van course that I put together. It takes you start to finish from buying the van all the way to upfitting the van and some extras in the video. Yeah, we'll be back tomorrow. The plan is to be inside with the dash that's taken apart and finish the wiring for the cameras inside, the security cameras, as well as the controller for the rear mounted strobe. That'll kind of check off our strobe package that's on this van. All right, that's it. Thanks guys. Let's see if there's any more questions here. Doesn't look like we got any more questions in the comment. Thanks so much for watching. And we'll see you guys in the next video.